donat, Mr. Donat.
Mr. Donat.
Ada Pak?
Bong Mr. Donat.
Good morning, everyone. So this is going to be the fifth day of the fifth and the final day of the workshop, and I was just waiting a few minutes just all to come into the meeting. So it's like 33 participants still. Anyway, we can start and let's others join. So today plan is to talk about Smokepin and then talk about persona. So once we do this persona, and then we will look into some of the ways of doing different measurements using some of the tools in persona. So it is the plan, and I hope we can do it within the 4 hours. Today, mostly I will be relying on some of the slides from NSRC, so I will be using their own slides to explain stuff or the installation with Smokepin. And then persona, I will be relying on persona on training material, so it will be the content. Okay, so still we have only 33 people. Okay, so this is the Smokepin installation that we have had learned. So previous back we updated this Smokepin into the latest version. So this is running now on 2.7 something. So you can see by today there's another version 2.82. So we will be looking at installation that. So there are different changes mainly in the CSS and the JavaScript side. Apart from that, the backend will be same. So Smokepin. So in our case, we have kept a few of the categorizations like this: the local for the local server, or the local host, or the server that is running person, and then for some peering links, and for core routers, servers, we have two different types of links for. So since this is for learn, there are two different link types for our institutes. One will be called as the primary link, and then the other one will be called as the secondary link or the backup link. So for those two, we have two different categories. So if I go into one of these, you can see different latencies from these graphs. If I go into one of the access routers, it will be like, so here the word Radella is the host name of the server, the particular testing server. You can see the smoke. So I will explain what some of these graphs mean during the slides. So you can see up to 1 year data on these graphs. Again, if I look into something like So these graphs are much more different than the earlier graphs. So they have some black parts here all over the place. So this is something different than what you saw it. And then if I go into the other links, so in this case, the name here is a little bit different because for this graph, we are testing the smoke from a different location, not from the local host, because these links are connected to the network in a different site. So if we try to do this Smokepin from where our actual server is hosted, then there will be a lot of latencies from that location to the end of this the start point of this network, the backup network. So because of this, we installed another testing node in near to that backup network. So this is tested from that particular location. So if I go back to the primary links for this our office access router, we are just trying to do the testing from both testers. So you can see so you can see two graphs for last 3 hours from Padel and from DLG tester. So these are two links, but when you look at the summary graph will give you both links, both testing data on the same graph. So you can see two different colors. Same goes for some of our servers. So there are a few servers listed. We are not doing the whole test for every server, but few of the servers. And then some of the core routers, you can see the color difference because of the place where we test. And then smoke for peering into different locations. So here again, you can see a different, for example, if we take the NKN link. So I hope most of you have NKN link. Here you can see different so these days sometimes the NKN link is heavily used due to caching of different services. So you can see different ways of smoke on that. This is again something heavily used. So this link is also a heavily used link. So you can see a lot of black areas. Okay. All right, so we have like 42 now. I will start going through these slides. So these slides are directly from NSRC. So the creation of slides, maintenance of slides, everything belongs to them. So I will just use these slides because it's easy for the installation. All the installation steps are also in these slides. Okay. So what is Smokepin? Before going on into Smokepin, are there anyone using Smokepin at the moment? Okay, so mainly Smokepin we use Smokepin to do the latencies of our network. So it doesn't matter whether it's a 100M link, whether it's a 1G link, or whether it's a 10G link, or whether it's a 100G link, but still you will see different latencies on these links, even with wireless links. So the purpose of having a Smokepin is to test whether there are any issue in the link, especially when it comes to different overlay networks, especially with MPLS or VPLS stuff. And then if there are multiple providers associated in the links, and if there are multiple segments in the link, then there can be different issues in the latency. And having a Smokepin will allow you to find out different issues in these links based on the latency. So sometimes people might complain, or the other side of the link might complain you, saying there are some issues maybe with HTTPS, maybe with the loading times, or maybe with the data not going into the expected speed. So those errors mostly can be identified using a Smokepin or a latency test. It is like doing a continuous ping, but the issue with continuous ping is you need to do the continuous ping, and then it won't do any graphical visualization. So from the continuous ping, you need, it will be just numbers, so you need to you need to just look into the numbers and get an idea. But if we go with something that have nice visualization, then you can clearly get an idea on what this is. Okay, so Smokepin as a software, they have the latency visualization, they have a graph explorer. You can do different latency measurements, not just latency, not just ping. There are different other latency measurements as well. So for example, DNS. So if you want to see the DNS latency, you can do the DNS latency. If you want to do the SMTP, then again, you can do the SMTP. So there are a lot of plugins from the Smokepin, so you can define them. And then there's a system called master slave distributed measurements. What we have done for those backup links is this master slave distributed system. So master is the one we are logged in to see the Smokepin. So the UI part comes from the master, and the testing is done from the slaves. So once the testing has done from the slave will send it to master from a secure channel. So that is the idea. And then they have a configurable alerting system, but at the moment we are not using them because we were using different other tools as well for the alerting. So for alerting we are not using Smokepin at the moment, but you can use the same thing. So they have their email plugin. You can set up emails. The most important thing is it's an open source software, so you can freely use it. It's a free and open source, so you can freely use it, and hopefully they are maintaining. They will maintain the system for free for a longer time. So yeah, it will be there. So these are the smoke and the spin. So here this is an example from them testing the smoke to store.apple.com. Okay, so how to read the graph? So what it does is it sends multiple tests, and then it makes the round trip time, and then order this and select the median. So that is what they do. So the different values of RTT are shown graphically. So from lighter to darker. So the smoke is what you see as the darker shades or the gray shades. So so that means if it is greener, so the in this example we take it from the lighter color from the dark color. So depending on your configuration, this light color can be anything. So in our case, in our in my installation, it was like blue and green, but for you it can be any color as per your choice. So the lighter color means you have the less latency, and then the darker colors means you have high latency or high jitter. So the number of lost packets will change the color of the line as well as the horizontal side. So if I go back to this one, you can see there are color differences on the line. So the green color one is the zero latency, or not latency, the zero drops. Then the red means almost all have dropped. So in this probe, it's like using 20 ICMP every 5 minutes. So if all the 20 ICMP gets dropped, at least 19 gets dropped, then it will have a red color. Okay, so this is an example from African Network Operators group. So you can see some difference between the marked areas on the 3-hour period. So that is the difference, that is the detected latency at that peaks, and then they have kind of a baseline in this graph for around maybe 320 milliseconds or something, but it's around that. But in if I share my other screen again, So on this screen, you can see, so this, okay, so this graph, I'll just go inside that. This is from the Google Pop. That's interesting, actually. So you can see there are some multiple color changes in this area. So it means during this period, there have been some change, some issue in the link. Maybe a high data volume, or maybe some link change, because this particular link is a VPLS link from Colombo to Singapore. So there can be multiple issues during the thing. So if this continues for a longer period, then we need to find what is happening. So that is what normally we do. Yeah. I can tell others to check this one. If I look into the NKN link again, so here again you can see some high latency during this period. So it's like in the morning, and then some high latency during this period. But here you won't see any latency during the other period. So that means mostly it is like green and without any black colors. But if in the previous example from the African Network Operators Group, or AFNOG, there were like green baseline with a small smoke. So in this case, you can see the 30 millisecond baseline. But if I again go into something like so this is the baseline. So here it's the baseline would be around 1.1 millisecond, and then the smoke or the jitter goes another point, several points of milliseconds. So so this is the zoom in view of the graphs, and it is still between 1 and 2 milliseconds. So this kind of a latency is very much low, because we are still looking at 1 to 2 millisecond range. So, but if this was like here, it's like 100 millisecond, and if this was like 500 millisecond, then that means there's a high latency happening in the link. Yeah, even in this link, you can see microsecond range. So that is completely negligible. So actually, just this link, this is a directly connected physical link. So you should expect something like this. If even this link is having a high latency, that means there's some issue in the connectivity. Okay, so to do the installation on Ubuntu or Debian, you just have to install Smokepin by using apt install Smokepin. So it will install the latest version of the Smokepin, which is allowed in in your operating system. So if it is Ubuntu 20.04, it will try to install the latest which is allowed for 20.04. So once you install Smokepin, the configuration is very much easy. You just have to add few of the lines in the page. So all the configuration will be on etc Smokepin directory, and inside there will be few other changes that you need to do. So those will be going on config.d. The appearance you can change. You can add your details. You can do the appearance changes on the base page.html, and then you can do a simple restart. So the restart again, it happens like system control, whatever the thing you want, and then the service name would be Smokepin. So these are the available configuration files. Most of the time we edit these 4 files because these are what you need, whether you want to describe alerts, some general stuff like who's maintaining and different details, and the probes that you are going to use. So the probe means whether it's going to be ICMP or whether it's going to be something else, and then the targets. Then so this is the general configuration. So on the general configuration, you can decide who will be the owner or the contact details of the system, and then details like the email host if you are using email, configure email alerting, and then the CJ URL path, etc. So these are some of the general settings of the system. So once you put an owner name, it will be shown in your website as well. So mostly if there is a particular person or if there is a particular group, then you can mention these are the people who are doing this smoking, because if someone looks into your system, then they should know who is doing this testing. Then the configuration targets. So on the target side, we are going to define all the hosts that we are going to test. So this is kind of a hierarchical definition. So it goes with the plus symbol and the number of pluses. So in this example, you can see the top menu just have the name top and then the title network latency grapher. And again, on the top, you can see probe equals fping. So here it will be using fping to do the probing. If you mention a probe on top of a group, that means that particular probe is common to all the later paths. So that is what you are seeing here. So fping is the common probe for every item that you will be seeing. Then the first item is something that is mentioned as UO, the first plus and then the UO. So for the UO item, there is some menu name given, University of Oregon. So that is the menu name, what you will see on the menu, and then the title. So the title will be on the graphs, and then the host. Host is the DNS name or the IP address of whatever the thing you are going to test. So likewise, then the second item is plus NSRC. So the NSRC will have name, so the menu, then the title, and then the host. And then there's a two pluses thing. So under NSRC, there are two things. So the first is www.nsrc.org, but now they are testing HTTP echo ping test as well as the DNS. So for HTTP, they are doing the HTTP menu. There's a different menu called HTTP, and inside again they are using HTTP. But if you want to test HTTPS, then again it will be HTTPS. So there will be another probe. If I'm correct, it should be something like echo ping HTTPS. So this is not ICMP. They are just doing HTTP connection and testing whether the HTTP connection or HTTPS connection works. So then the DNS, the second level, actually the second level is going to be DNS. So the DNS probe is called DNS. And then it's again going to check the DNS of the particular host. So it will test the DNS of that name. So whether this works. So probes have default set in probe configuration files, but still these can be overridden in target. So for all these probes, they have their default values on the probe file, but within the target, you can define whatever the probe value, and then change them or override them. So here you can see the explanation of the target entry. So plus means the submenu depth, single plus means the top level, 2 plus second level, 3 plus third level, likewise you can go. And then after a plus you need to give a name. So this is going to be the this name will be used for their RRD files or the data files. Then it should not contain any spaces. Then after that, the label in the menu, and then the label for the top screen, and then the actual host name. So that is what you are seeing on a target entry. So the differences of the levels will only be the plus symbol, number of pluses. So here they have given another example. So once you put a title, it will be here, and then the local menu, it will be something like this. But the start menu, it automatically comes, so it will just give you a summarization of the specific contents, like the latest, the smallest or the highest, something like that. Then on localhost, you can see the latencies of the example local machine, and then you can identify a different latency in the local network if you want to define. So it depends on how you define the local. So in this case, you can see this host and a different location. So all are in the local network. Okay, so this is the same example for the hierarchy. So the first level of the local and then the second level of the local. So you can see the local machine and then the NSRC as the second levels. And for those second levels, there are different configuration items: menu, title, and host. So these are some examples, so you can associate them into your system, thinking about your scenario. So it will be whether your local device or whether your local network or whether your internal links. Okay, so someone can ask, what is the purpose of having a Smokepin in your local networks? So the purpose of having something in your local network means, let's say you are an institutional admin, and then whether you want to do a Smokepin test on your institute links. So if you have a single flat network, then yes, having a Smokepin might not be that much useful, because it will be just an unmanageable network in the single or the flat network. But if you have a big network with, let's say, multiple layer 3 devices, multiple layer 2 devices that can be managed, and if you have multiple locations where you host your servers, where you have your different labs, then you can see the latency from your exit point, or let's say from your border to the find in your network. So once you do something like that, then if a user complains saying they can't access internet or they have some issue in the link, you can simply check your Smokepin and see whether there are actual latency issue in the connectivity. So this Smokepin will be automated system, so you don't have to do anything on gathering data. It will be done automatically, so you just have to look at the graphs if that is needed. If you have the graph of, let's say, past few days or maybe past few months, then you can compare the values and see what has gone wrong. So that is one of the purpose. You should have a Smokepin installed in your internal network, so it will be easy for you to do the troubleshooting when it comes into different types of different issues. So when people try to complain about their network issues, they try to say a lot of things. They describe it in different ways, because that particular user might not be an actual IT user, so they might describe their issue in a different way. But you should be able to identify what they are saying and troubleshoot the issue for them. So actually, Smokepin is going to be very much useful for the admin level, or the people who are doing the infrastructure, people who are maintaining the infrastructure. Okay, so once you do the hierarchical setup, there will be files created for each of these levels. So for the last level, there will be a .rr file. If these files are not created once you restart the service, you might need to manually create them on these locations, especially in Ubuntu versions, because sometimes they might have some different issues. So if there's an error on the service, if the service is not running properly, then try to see whether these files are existing. If they are not existing, try to create them. You just have to create a plain file, and then after that they will put it, the system will start putting data into that. Okay, so this is the configuration of probes. So the probe file contains all the used probes. There will be a lot of probe types, but they will not be all these probes will not be included in the probe file. You just have to add them if you are only using them. So in this example, they are using fpin DNS, echo ping HTTP, and echo ping HTTPS, and then echo ping SMTP. So you can see the configuration changes what they are doing. So for fpin, they only use fping, but let's say this is only for IPv4. If it's IPv6, the command will be fping 6. Then DNS. So in this case, DNS is using dig, and then fping is echo ping is using echo ping command. So these tools can be anything, or these probes can be anything. Even you can define your own probe. You can put a different script in this location, and then give a name to that probe, and then you can use that probe for your whatever the testing purpose. So there will be a different so the manual creation of a probe is also possible. So in the DNS probe, you can see they are using dig command to do the probe, but what they are doing is they are using dig to resolve the value nsrc.org, but they will use your the host or the place you are going to test as the DNS server. So the default ping is going to be fping. It's just showing you the delay and the jitter. So you can simply put that on top of the target file if you are just going to go with the default fping. Mostly all the hosts will have a fping graph, so that is why we are using it on top as the default. Once you include a default probe, it will be automatically applied to all the other hosts in the hierarchy. So that is the way of doing that. All right, then the DNS check. Here they do a DNS check on different targets. So you can see a target called Google A. So the menu item is DNS. It is using a probe DNS. So whatever comes under that menu item will be using the probe DNS, not fping. Then the menu name is like external DNS check. Title, there's a different title. So the first item of that is Google A8888. So they are giving the DNS name as the host. So what this does is it will use Google public DNS a.google.com as the DNS server, and it will do a dig against that for nsrc.org. So here the probe was looking up for this value nsrc.org. So it will be testing whatever the DNS server you are mentioning here to do the testing of that particular DNS value. If you need to put another entry, let's say you want to put Google B, then it should be 3 pluses and Google B, and then a different menu item and a different host. So in that way, you can have a DNS, different DNS entry as well. Okay, so this is multi-host graphing. So you can have multiple hosts on the same graph. So here you can see 3 different hosts. So there are much more examples, much more clear example in this location. You can, I will show you in a moment. Then you can see the multi-host graph. So multi-host means there will be a comparison on multiple hosts on the same graph. Okay, so the summary of Smokepin is just, it's a powerful network monitoring tool. It can be used to monitor different things like different machine, different services, different link health. It can be used with distributed instances for external view. And so the thing with Smokepin is mostly there can be similar functionality in some other applications. They will, for example, if you are using SolarWinds have similar functionality, but to get that you have to pay them. So that is one of the issues we see in a lot of other monitoring tools. So using Smokepin is easy, it's free, so that is why we are using that, and then it's easy to configure. Also, it will be easy if you are using a ticketing system. You can simply automate these alerts using your ticketing system. And yes, it will have a small footprint in disk and CPU. Okay, so these are some of the references, and I'm going to go into the Smokepin website. So this is the Smokepin website, and if you just search Smokepin on Google, you will get the Smokepin website. It's like something like this. So they have all the documentation on how to install and how to do the configuration. So you can, for example, Smokepin installation. This is how Smokepin is installed. So if you are doing a manual installation, you can simply run the Smokepin by this. And how to run distributed systems. So this is the master slave version. There's a master and there will be multiple slaves. You have to define the slaves. And once you define a slave on the target, you need to mention who are the slaves that is being used. Sorry. So these are the configuration samples. FPing, and then how you can use FPing, DNS probes, HTTP probe, some examples, and then FPing. You can change FPing parameters and do different testing. For example, you can do 2 different tests with the normal packet size and with a large packet size. What happens if you send a large packet on the network? So yeah, in most of our earlier cases, we were using the normal packet size, so it is just a ping. But once you increase the number of the size of the packet, what will happen? Then you can use curl as a probe. So you can just use curl and see whether a specific URL is reached. Here you can see the probe curl, and then all the tests will be HTTP. Then if you want to check FTP using curl, it will be like something like this. So this is a different way of testing by changing the parameters of the probe. So here you are changing the URL format for FTP. Earlier, the probe was using a URL format like this. So this is the common format, but this will be the format for FTP. Once you define this, whatever the host you are defining within that will be using this particular format. Then the echo ping or the echo ping FPing things. FPing. You can give the color, then I will show you what are the probes. So if you go into the probes, you will see all the probe types that can be used with Smokepin. So for example, let's say we want to use this echo ping LDAP. So this is the example for echo ping LDAP. So still we are using the echo ping, but with different formats. So here there are some options, LDAP base, LDAP request, those things. So this is the echo ping, and then you will be using that echo ping LDAP probe to do some probing on a particular LDAP server. So here you will see some of the examples that I use. So if you want to test an LDAP availability or the latency to that LDAP server, whether it works all the time or whether it have any peaks during some time, it can be tested using these kind of applications. Then this is fping6. If you want to test IPv6 hosts, you need to use fping6. Radius, this will do the radius file as well. So for the testing of the radius, you need to give the secret files, secret keys for the radius server, because you know the radius works based on the shared secrets. So these shared secrets have to be kept on a secret file. Otherwise it won't work, or unless you need to mention them on within the configuration. So like here you can see the target. Here you will find the password for that particular target, the shared key. So for things like the eduroam testing, this can be used. So there are a lot of, if you can see the left side of this menu, so under probe there are like 20-30 probe types. You can simply use any of these based on the given guidelines. So it depends on what you want to test. So then there are different color schemes. You can use the Smokepin slave, how to do the slaving examples. So this is the actual the updated version. You can just download it from here and then compile it based on the guideline given in the installation part. But for Ubuntu, you can simply use apt install Smokepin and then edit the files on etc Smokepin. Okay, shall we try to install Smokepin on Ubuntu and see whether it works? Okay, so I have uploaded the Smokepin PDF file into that agenda page. If you refresh the agenda page, you will find the link to that PDF file. You can download that and test Ubuntu installation of Smokepin. So since I haven't installed the email server on the on my testing server, it automatically installed postfix. But if you are installing Smokepin on a different server, it depends on whether you want to install a postfix or not. But in this case, it comes by default. So I just select the default values and then click OK. Yeah. So now I'm in etc Smokepin. You can see the base HTML and then the other files. So if I go inside base HTML, you can see the base HTML where you can do some changes into the base HTML part. So if you want to do some changes on the logo, if you want to do some settings, then you can do that. Then the configuration files will be in config.d. Here you will see the configuration files. Then I'll first open the general file. So here you can see the general file. So by default, there are some data. So you can simply include your details, or you can include something like this, and then your email address. So the mail host can be anything. In this case, I'm using just my localhost. Then the CGI URL, it should be the working path of your website. But in my installation, I'm not sure whether it will work properly because I have been installing different other things here. Okay, so this is not giving me that particular path. First, I need to edit this. Okay, let's hope this works. Okay, so this is the installation we did. So it's like the Smokepin. So whatever the domain and / Smokepin. You can see the change I did. So here maintained by NOC at my institute. So this my institute gets linked to the mail to function. And I am logged in as a guest because I have, so this guesting works on the HTTP authentication module. So if you define any HTTP authentication, you can change the user. At the moment, there's nothing actually, so you can see these things. And if I go again here, and if I change, You can see the change has applied. Okay. I just click the email link. Okay. Then you can edit. You can edit probes and see what are the available probes in there. So by default, it is just FP. But let's say if I want to add FP6, just before entering those commands, just check whether that command works. So yeah, fping works, and fping6, yes. Then I'm going to add my targets. So the default probe is fping. You can see the network title and the remarks. So here, when you go into the home page, you will see the title and the description of that. So this remarks, you can see the website of XXX company. And then there's the local hosting, and I'm going to keep them as it is, and then add another column called tests. When you are creating items, menu items, you must not include spaces, but you can include underscores. Okay, so title, again, I'm going to give title. Okay, let's hope this works. Okay, now I have included different menu like called My Tests. Within that, there are two hosts, one for the Google v4 FPIN testing, and then one for IPv6 testing. In this case, I need to mention the probe. Okay, then yeah, just going back to show you the last line. So this is the FPIN6, and then I'm going to restart the service. Okay. So the host name, I have entered it wrongly. Probe must be defined. Okay, let's see how it's giving me an Then you will see the my test new menu. And we need to give it a little time to time for this to get filled, and then you will see Google and then V4 and V6 test. So that is something we can see after maybe like 10-15 minutes time. So anyone can access this URL. So this is publicly available. You can just go to this URL and see whether it lists. I will just share the link. Okay, so that is one of the easiest way of configuring that, and some live troubleshooting of my mistakes, spelling mistakes, and some of the additional spaces. Yeah, so the Google Doc. So actually I created a new sheet on that Google document. Please include your name and all right, so I'll just drop for lunch for our friends in the after 12 time zone. So see you in half an hour time. Okay, so I was just checking the Smokepin. So seems like the IPv6 is not working for some reason. Uh, uh, www. Hmm. Okay, let's give it a time and see what happens. In the meantime, I can show you. I can show you some of the configuration that we have in Learn. So this is the probes file, a copy of the probes file. So our Smokepin just check only the IPv4 part because it's just the management side, and then the DNS, and then SMTP. So those are some of the things that we check as the probing part. And then if I check with, if I go with the targets, targets. Okay, so so this is the target file, and so as usual, the default is like the fping, and then we have the same remark. We just change this part, and then after the local machine, we are defining something called internet, and under that it is where we kept peering links, so you can see the peering links. And then the core devices, so all these are on public IP ranges, so I'm not going to mask any of these. Then there are a few other things, the DNS checks. So you can see for DNS check, we are mentioning the probe DNS. For the email test, we are mentioning the email test. Then the access routers. So the primary access routers. And then, the backup access routers. Likewise, all the things are in the same file. Okay, before going further on persona, any question regarding Smokepin?
Institutional.
Okay, so there's a question asking what is the difference between coping used for HTTP and HTTPS? Yeah, so the difference would be the port number actually. I'm not sure what they have. Yeah, let's see. For a coping HTTP, they use. Yeah, so in the example, they are using the same port number, but actually it should be port 443 for the second one, or the HTTPS. So on their website they say port 80, but yeah, it should be port 443. Yeah, you can add 443 and change the HTTPS. I was just checking that, and then are there any else? Okay, so then we'll go for the persona. So actually, I will just explain why we need something like persona to be implemented in large networks like campus area networks. And then we will go into some of the example measurements and see whether we can do it during this period. I'll share my screen. Okay, so this is these slides are based on Internet 2 publication. So Internet 2 is maintaining persona, so you will see some of their own material that I'm going to reuse. Okay, so before going into persona, we need to know what we are going to test and what we are going to check. So what does mean by network is broken? So many people will complain you saying things are not working properly, things are not connecting correctly, and then maybe someone may say their website is not loading, or someone might say website loads but in partial. So there will be various complaints from different users based on the issue they have. So the only thing is, most of them, they might not correctly give you any insight on the issue, the actual issue, because they might not be a correct IT person who know all the things that can happen. Again, that particular user might not know how your network works. So most of the time there will be different things when they complain on different issues. So because of that, sometimes you might not take them seriously as well, because if there is a person who always complain about something, then we tends to ignore that person saying this guy always complain. but it can be a real issue. So there can be a person sitting in the far end of the network, and for that person, really internet is getting slow, maybe because of some switching issue, maybe because of having some outdated hardware, or maybe even a fiber issue, a fiber connection issue, maybe a splicing issue, something with the cabling, the Ethernet cabling, or anything can happen at the far end. So for that person, it will be like having slow internet or low connectivity every day. So every day he might complain, I can't access internet, I can't access internet. But if you don't take them seriously, you might simply think, okay, this is just a guy who complains every time. But how are you going to actually find the issue with this network, or what has happened? Are you going to find what has happened? So there can be different issues in different multiple domains. So eliminate the who you know network to finding resources, automate things when applicable. So that is why we are using applications like LibreNMS or Smokepin or even Persona to identify different issues. Then the different applications, you have to use different tools. You need to use different questions, or maybe you need to ask the correct question, and you need to do some follow-up on these issues if you need to identify the correct reason for that purpose. So then again, there are a lot of PR skills happening around the resolving these issues. So yeah, that is how you ask them the question. And if you get stuck in a particular situation, then how you get help from others. So maybe you can ask help from a similar admin in a similar network, or maybe you can get help from your service providers, or there can be different based on your scenarios, there will be different people who might be willing to help you. So so in case of Learn, most of the time Learn administrators or the institutional administrators, they put the issue into Learn side. So if we know what to or if we know how to answer that, then we will help them on resolving that issue. But again, if we don't know what to do, then we might ask from another colleague from a similar capacity, so whether they have seen such situation. So it depends on how you network with among the people and among your community. So yeah, it's how you ask for help. Then so doing this, the motivation will be there can be different proactive situations as well as reactive situations. So do you want to find problems before the users do? That is the proactiveness. So if you deploy different tools, if you deploy automated tools, sometimes most of the time you will be proactive, saying you know that something has happened before your user complaint. So every aspect of these kind of operations, they rely on how you do the capacity planning, how you do the scheduling maintenance, how you do the traffic engineering. So there can be multiple links to a particular destination, but if you don't do traffic engineering, then some of your links might get congested and some of your links might get ignored, or they might never be used. For instance, if we take Sri Lanka have two links to TAIN network. So we get connected to TAIN network through our Singapore link. So we have a POP in Singapore, and through that we directly connects to TAIN. And then again, we have a NK link to India. So through that again, we get the connectivity to TAIN. So if I do a ping from Learn network, you will we will see our ping goes through NKN to TAIN network most of the time. That is because we have done some load balancing, saying IPv4 traffic can go through NKN and IPv6 traffic can go through Singapore link, because the Singapore link we use for different other applications as well, like Google caching and different other caching. So we have divided the two links. So those two links have the same capacity, 1G, 1G. So IPv4 for Indian side and then V6 for the Singapore side. So something like that. So traffic engineering might be needed if you have multiple networks. Then if someone says the network is broken, how this is justifiable? So when someone says their network is not working, it can be several things. It can be either your actual network, it can be their device, or it can be their application, or maybe some settings in between the host and the application. So when someone say the network is broken, these things can be happen, and you should know how to find what has happened. Okay, so typical scenario. Let's say there's a resource file of around 600 MB, and then what will happen on a 1G network? So if it's a 1G network, let's say if you convert this 600 MB into bits, it will be like 4,800 bits. So if you divide that into from 1000, like let's say 1G, exactly 1000 Mbps, then it will be around 4.8 seconds. But is it the reality? Will you get a 600 MB file from a 1G network in 5 seconds, less than 5 seconds? So these kind of expectations are high because we are now neglecting different issues with the host, different issues with the performance of the protocols, different issues with the applications, and then the congestions in the network. So the performance of a network can depend on the congestion and the other users in the network. So if there are a lot of users in your network, then you might not get the whole 1G on a link. Okay, so if it's 1 MB per second, then 10 minutes to transfer. So again, you need to find the capacities of the link. So for example, your backbone, it should be a high-speed LAN. Then are you going to connect all your hosts into the direct backbone? Let's say you have a 10G backbone. So most of the universities now have like 40G backbones or maybe 100G backbones. But in our cases, still we are running in 1G or 10G. So are you going to connect a device directly into that backbone? Device means a host. No, we are not going to connect a direct host into that network. Maybe that host might not have the 10G connectivity. So mostly it might be connected through a 1G connectivity. So why we do that? Why can't we connect every host in 10G? So that is just capacity planning. We increase the backbone to cater all the other parts of the network. Otherwise, if we keep all the links in same quantity, then same capacity, then there can be a lot of congestion happening because of some segment using high capacity while the other segments wait till they give the network to them. So here you can see if for the same 600 MB file, this 100 M can happen in a 100 M network. It can happen in 48 seconds, where 1 MB it might get around 80 minutes. So will this be enough? If this is happening, why are there not more complaints? So there are a lot of complaints happening. Why that happens? Because this is the expectation. So then you can think about where they complain, to whom they complain, and why they complain. Okay, so for that typical scenario, how to debug application? Have other users reported the problem? Is this the most up-to-date version? So let's say some user is using some kind of a browser, let's say Firefox. So he's complaining this Firefox browser doesn't work. If it is the up-to-date version, you need to check whether any other Firefox user complained the same thing. So if there's no any other complaints from the other users, that means it's something else. Then protocols. So the protocoling or the issues with protocols, it can be based on your operating system. So Windows operating system, they deal with protocols differently than how they deal in Linux devices. So for those purposes, we need to find individually, but most of the time you don't have to think about the protocol because they are coming from the operating system, and most of the time, unless there is a big issue like having a virus or something, then it won't be a big thing that you need to think at the first place. Then the host devices, the hardware components, the software functioning, is it correctly working? So there was a question asking whether there can be host adapters supporting 10G networks. So still, most of the time, the 10G adapters are used to connect servers, but maybe in 1 or 2 years time, you will see host devices with 10G networks, because now we are talking about 4G plus wireless networks and 5G networks. So with the 4G plus and 5G networks, there are like more than 1G capacities. So with these enhancements, definitely host machines will increase into 10G in near future. So it's just a issue with the time. So in another few years time, you will definitely see host devices with inbuilt 10G networks, 10G cards. So then the local networks. So if you can be the administrator of your whole network, but then there can be different other local administrators in different parts of your network. For example, let's say there's a big lab of 100 computers, then there can be a person, a technical person, looking after that location. That guy might know different issues in that lab rather than you. So if a user complains something about that lab, then you should again consult that particular administrator as well, because he's the one who knows things on that lab. Then the backbone. So if you are an institutional admin, and if you are not the person who's consulting, if you are not the person who's maintaining the backbone, then again you need to talk with the backbone people or the administrators who run the backbone to see whether there are any issue with that. So the question is, do you know these people? In your network, you should know who's after you and who's before you. So that connectivity, that personal networking have to be done before troubleshooting network issues. Okay, so this is what happened when you do the troubleshooting. The application normally skipped. Protocol, we never think about this. Are you going to check whether the TCP works correctly or the UDP worked correctly? No, we are not going to do that. Host, if you can ping, then after that you are not going to check anything else on the host. So if you can ping, then that okay, host works. What about LAN? So most of the time, these LAN, we as LAN administrators, we might ignore some of the complaints from internal users, and then we might try to put the blame into our upstream. So let's say if you are the administrator of a particular lab, and if a user complains that they have slow internet, most probably you might say our IT people, they are just providing a cut down version of internet, that's why it's slow. Or maybe we might say we are getting a rate rate limited capacity bandwidth, that's why it's slow. But is it the reality? Are they really doing that? Or is it, are we going to check whether there is a actual issue in our network, in our local network? So it can be it can be a loop in your network. Because of the loop, your network devices doesn't work. So it doesn't have to do anything with your backbone network or the upstream. So still, sometimes people might say it's an issue with upstream. Then the backbone network. So the backbone network, they ensure the internal performance, but the backbone response normally stop at some point. So let's say, for example, there are some so me as an ISP user or ISP admin, I have seen some issues like some of our admins in some of our institutes, they complain to us saying they get low less connectivity, or their connection get drops time to time, something like that. But when we check the connectivity from our end to their end, there's no issue on the backbone network. Then what has happened? Most of the time, the issue comes on their internal network. When we ask about the issue, they say sometimes the network gets slow, sometimes even the Google web page doesn't load. So every time they use Google or Facebook as the example. So they use Google or Facebook just to do the testing or check the connectivity. So is it correct? When we look into those type of networks, we see the issue with maybe of the VLANs, or maybe because of the flat network. There are like thousands of hosts connected into a single flat network, which runs on a /16. Is it viable? What do you think? So simply, if you are running thousands of devices in a flat network with a big IP subnet, definitely you will get issues in your network, because there can be many things happening in that network. There will be a lot of collisions. So in such scenarios, I feel sorry about those devices running in that network. So those devices, if they were alive, they will cry saying there are a lot of stuff happening in my network, in my self, but no one helps me, because there will be a lot of people trying to get into that network. Okay, so again, I'll try to quickly go through these slides, because yeah, we are running out of time. So if you don't think about the network performance, you will have issues of your network trustworthiness of your network, and then the availability. So the protection and availability over performance. So they heavily favors about on the protection and availability. Okay, so the concerns, balancing the needs of all users. You need to balance all the needs for those users. So some might use video, some might use bulk data. So especially in R&E cases, most of the time people might try to transfer a lot of data, bulk data, big data from one place to another. So you need to consider that. So are you going to care about your network? Is it your job to care about the network of your peers as well? Then the packet losses. Packet losses can happen due to different reasons. Can be a issue with the network, but again, it can be something with your fibers, maybe a broken cable. So this again need to be find out before going into details in your network. So I'm going to skip some of the slides. So this is about the network design, whether it's a LAN or whether it's a WAN. If it's a LAN, you need some sort of a high bandwidth, but if it's a WAN, what is the expectation of the performance? Is it the same? So the great performance on a LAN does not equal great performance of a WAN. And then are you getting the whole thing that what you pay for? For example, let's say you subscribe to a 1G network, 1G internet, but then you deploy some cheap equipment as the border router. But that cheap equipment might not be capable of handling 1G. It will have 1G port, but it is not capable of the throughput. So because of that, you might not get the whole connectivity. Then ultimately you will complain your ISP or your provider saying you don't get the required or you don't get the purchased bandwidth, but they can't do anything because the issue is with your device. Then having default configuration. Most of the time, if they have default configuration, they will have issues. So different switches, different routers, don't keep them in default configuration. Then the shapers, firewalls. So the firewalls or different load balancers sometimes can become a bottleneck in your network. So a 10G firewall may handle one flow close to 10G, but can it handle multiple flows? So a 10G, there is a 10G firewall, and then you put a flow of 10G traffic, it will work properly. So it's just a single flow. But when there are multiple users, what will happen? Is this firewall can do the firewalling part for all these multiple users on the same speed? You need to find them. So that is called throughput. So this is again a small idea where you do calculation and see whether you receive 1G from one place to another. Let's say on a 1G network, if you have around 100 milliseconds latency, what does this mean? So 1G network means per second you will receive this much of bytes. So 1G network means per second you will transfer around this much of megabytes, approximately around 12 per second. So what is this? What does this mean? You will be sending 12 megabytes from one place to another, but still that 12 MB takes 100 milliseconds to travel from one place to the other. Will it be ideally like this? Have you done any testing like this? Have you sent a large packet, a large data in your network to see whether it goes to your end as it is, or have you checked the time? Again, another example. Let's say if you send a 12 MB file in a 1G network to some location that have 100 millisecond latency, will it travel exactly on 100 milliseconds? For a small ping, it will be 100 milliseconds, but once it's 12 MB, will it be 100 milliseconds? So those are the things you need to find. So different configurations, I'm going to skip this. Soft failures. So different things. So especially cable issues, cabling issues, crimped cables, or maybe even fiber splicing with dirty fibers. So there can be a lot of optical failings because of dust in the environment. So these things are we going to consider? So how to diagnose? How to troubleshoot? Find a measurement server near me. You need to find a place near your network to do the testing. So measurement server means a place where you can do the testing. So why this is important and how hard it is to do this? The thing with doing a measurement is whether you can get your user to be participated in this diagnosis procedure. If you are the local user, you might be sitting in your NOC or your network operation center, and you are getting the complaint from your far end of the network. So on the far end of the network, will this user willing to help you in the troubleshoot, or are you going to go into that particular location to do the troubleshoot? If that particular user is an non-IT user, the most feasible thing you should do is what you can do is you should send an IT person, a technical person, to that location so that this person can help you to do the troubleshooting. Then are you going to use any tools? If you are going to use any tools, what are the tools? So when doing these troubleshooting, there can be different approaches like systematic troubleshooting or on-demand troubleshooting. So systematic troubleshooting means tools have been deployed in different locations and you get end users to do the testing, you get them involved and combining output from multiple tools to understand the problem. So that is systematic troubleshooting. You have a system on how you do the troubleshooting. But if it, in case of an on-demand testing, what do you do? On-demand means there is a problem, so you send someone and do the testing. Are you going to do the regular testing? Regular testing means things like this Smokepin. It is a regular testing. So we do a ping test every 5 minutes. So the difference between the regular and on-demand, sometimes we might find things in your network on regular testing rather than what you find on an on-demand testing. So something like what I saw in the morning on that Google link. So there can be issue, different interpretation of these testing results. Then as a tool, ping is the most commonly used utility. You just ping an IP or you just ping a DNS value and see whether there is a connectivity. So this is the most widely used utility. In case of having DNS is, if you ping a DNS entity, for example, you can see the slide being www.kilnapathina.xyz. If this works, that means, okay, this website works. But what if this doesn't work? What does it mean? If it's a DNS value, then it can be either a DNS issue or it can be actual connectivity issue. So most of the time we will be pinging IP addresses, and then we might go like, first we will check the near end and then the next hop and maybe few hops after that if it's a big network. Then trace route. So trace route again give you a lot of insights of your network. If you have multiple routers, if you have multiple layer 3 devices in your network, you can simply trace route from your location to the other location. So again, you can see the latencies and then the path in your network. So for example, the given image is the trace route from Sri Lanka Telecom 4G network. So at home, I was using a SLT 4G connection. So from that connection to www.ac.lk, this is the trace route. So you can see like 6 hops. What else? You can use NS lookup or dig in case of Linux, and then I prefer dig than NS lookup because NS lookup is not that much easy to use, but dig is just a simple command. And then netstat, you can use netstat to identify issues. MTR, have you used MTR? If you haven't used MTR, I will show you some example. Quick example. So this is again, I'm in my that Smokepin server. So it comes because of Smokepin, MTR is being installed. So I'm trying to ping this IP. Okay, there's no hops. Let's ping something else. So here, this is the MTR. So it do continuous pinging into all the intermediate routers. So now it defaults to IPv6, but you can define IPv4 as well. Okay, then back to slides. Then things like LibreNMS, Smokepin, or Persona, even speedtest.net can be used to check the connectivity. So the thing with speedtest.net is, if you are using speedtest.net, try to find the nearest node, try to find the nearest speed test node to your network. For example, if I do a speed test, so this will automatically find the optimal server, but it might not be the optimal server as per your understanding. So if I want to find something optimal, here you can see, for me, since my IP address is in Sri Lanka, there are several Sri Lankan links and some of the Indian links. So if I select whatever the auto connected link, I will see something like still I get around 169 milliseconds ping, but you see I am getting around very low network connectivity, but a low download and a high upload. So that means there's a big difference. So actually I should see 100 M because I'm actually connected to the connect to a VPN, and at my home it's like 100 M connection. So this should go up to at least 50 because of the VPN thing. So if I select something else, so seems like this time period it's very difficult to get a good download rate. Okay, so my point here was like select the nearest node into your network, otherwise you will see something like this. So I'm not receiving the exact thing because I'm using VPN connection, but if I remove the VPN, let's see. Okay, so now I'm connected to my own network. Hope I didn't got dropped. So this is I'm receiving this output because I'm testing against the same ISP. So you can see the name, so they are equal, but if I change the server into a different user, I might receive something different. So the difference is if you want to test your connectivity using a public service like speedtest.net, try to at least find the nearest, or if your particular service provider have a testing server, then try to go with that. Don't go with anyone else. So if I change this service to something else, I'm not receiving the actual bandwidth. So here it is like half of the bandwidth, because this bandwidth depends on the link between my ISP up to the other part. So that is the difference. Okay. Then then you need to use different hardware tools. If you don't use these tools, try to at least purchase them, because they will come in handy when there are a lot of issues. So you should have different cable testers, wireless testers, fiber testers, so something like these. So this is just a red color LED lamp, where you can put that lamp where actually a laser, so you can put this laser into the fiber patch cord. Then if that patch cord is broken, you can simply see a broken a brighten area on that broken spot. So these are very handy. And then this blue color thing, it's a cleaner, so it can clean the tip of the fiber connectors, so they can come in handy when you have them. So try to get some of these equipment into your network so you can do it yourself rather than consulting someone else. Okay, so about persona, there are a lot of inbuilt tools where you can use them to do all the things that we discussed on the previous slides. Things like testing the bandwidth and the other things. Then, so some of the tools are listed here. And to do the persona testing properly, you should have a dedicated hardware. Dedicated hardware means you should have a bare metal server for that. Don't go with virtual machines. So for our examples, we might use virtual machines, but in the actual installation, don't go for virtual machines. That is because when you are doing testing, if it is on a virtual machine, then all the other virtual machines might get into issues because of this testing. So this testing should not affect other VMs in your network. So because of that, don't go with VMs. Then again, if you don't have the proper budget, you don't have to go with actual server. You can simply use an old PC, maybe around 100 GB capacity, or like 4 GB RAM, and then you can simply install this and then do the testing. And again, if you are installing these things on a PC, try to go with Intel based devices, especially for the network card. So mostly the network processing or the network card should be, it's better if it should be a Intel card, because they will have the actual performance. But if you go for some random cheap card, then it might not give you the actual throughput of that card. So virtual machines do not always work, and there can be different issues with clocks, syncing clocks. So persona tests, they will highly depend on the NTP. Then it might not properly work on virtual machines. They will have issues in 10G throughputs. So there can be a lot of issues. So this is something that we asked for our people, our institutes to go with, but okay, so we were doing persona tutorials for like several years now, but none of them have actually adapted to any of these. So you can see whether these people are actually interested in finding their performances in the network. So mostly what they do is they just complain us saying their network is not working without testing it by themselves. So if you don't want to do that, you can simply install such server in your network and then see whether there are any issues. Okay, so where to place it? Put it on borders, avoid firewalls, UTM devices, traffic shapers. Then the persona, it comes on a CentOS installation. You can do a net installation as well as the ISO installation. You can download the ISO file and then do the installation. So yesterday I asked you to download the ISO file so we can mount it on a VM and then try to do the installation today. Once you do the installation, you will once you finish the installation, you will find a web page something like this, and then it will have a lot of details on your server and the IP addresses. So this will be a public interface if so everyone can see what it is happening, but they can't do anything with this. It have to be administrated properly. Then NTP, so this persona testing, they highly depend on NTP. So you need to have at least several NTP servers connected to that. So you can check the closest NTP to your country and select. So in this example, there we can use multiple NTPs. Then so in Learn, we were hosting a big persona node, but due to some of the constraints we faced during the pandemic period, we need to reduce number of servers from our stacks because we were allowing a lot of Zoom related servers. Because of that, at the moment, our persona node is switched off, allowing other servers to have the network. So at the moment, this is not working, but once the pandemic finishes, we will switch on it again. Then you can define regular testing. So the deal with the regular testing is you can find the broken items very easily with regular testing. So some things they just broke sometimes. So it can be a falling optic, somebody mess around with the patch panel, a broken fiber, broken hardware. There can be a lot of issues, or maybe some of the network crack got flooded. Those things also can happen. So the importance is to continually collect, archive, and alert on active throughput test results. So that is the important thing. Okay, so regular testing, there are three ways they mention: beacon, island, and mesh. Whether you do, whether you become a test node and let others test on you. Then island, pick some host to test. So you store your data, you try to test with others, and then mesh, you use others as well as you actively participate in testing. So two-way test, you test others, they test you. That is mesh. If you go to this website, you can see the current installations of current public installations of persona. So I saw an installation in Laos, and then there's an installation in Philippines. Currently, the Sri Lankan node is not shown because it's down, but there are a few nodes in India and I guess something in Myanmar. If you go to this website, you will see. This website will take some time to load, so just be patient and without clicking anything, because it is listing all the things and it might take few minutes to load. And then again, you can use the same server to find a nearby neighbor to do the testing. For example, let's say you host a website and then you want to do the testing on something and you don't know where to test. Go to this website and then try to find a nearest neighbor. If you are in the RNE network, then try to find a neighbor on the same RNE network, because it will be easy for the understanding of the throughput. Otherwise, if you go through different ISP links, there can be different issues with different ISPs. So if you are in Laos, don't go and try something on US. You can try the Philippine server, or you can try Sri Lankan server, because we will be connecting through TAN network directly, but I don't know about others. Don't go and ping UK European server. It might not be directly connected. You can do that, but the results will be different. Then on the persona, there's another tool called iPerf. I hope most of you are using iPerf to do the network throughput testing. So if you want to test throughput of your network, we can simply use iPerf. So this iPerf is kind of a client server tool where you have to install the iPerf server as well as the iPerf client. Then it will do the testing from the two ends. So there are some of the iPerf stuff. So here you can see an example of iPerf. So let's say you have the source and sink into locations, and in middle there are different sizes of links. Then you will see the iPerf that relates to the least or the smallest link. So once you do the iPerf, you will only see the narrow link, not the tight link. Then BWCTL is again bandwidth tester. So you can use BWCTL along with iPerf to do the bandwidth testing. But again, this is a client server software. You need to install BWCTL or iPerf on a server if you are not using Persona. But if you are using Persona, it is already built in, so you can simply log into or SSH into that server and try to use these tools. So these are some of the examples. For the iPerf server, you have to run iPerf -s and start the server. Then as the client, you can run iPerf -c and the IP address of the server. So the receiver host should be the IP address of the server where you run -s. So on the server side, you run -s. On the client side, you run -c and the IP address of the client. So there are a few other examples given. And then this is the BWCTL. So BWCTL, it runs on the automatically it runs on the server side. What you have to mention is the IP address of the server. So BWC tells if the BW service is running, then it will automatically connect and do the testing. Okay, so these are the examples that I was like going to go into details, and I'll quickly go to the tutorial. So you can see the tutorial link on the agenda page. If you go to the agenda, you will see two links showing the way how you should do the installation of CentOS. The first link, you can download the ISO image from this location, and then it's a good thing to do a MDF sum of the ISO file. So on the first day, we discussed about the hash testing. So this is again hash testing of downloaded content. So this is the original hash. And once you download this value, and if this value equals to whatever the hash of the content, downloaded content, then that means you downloaded the actual content. Then using a DVD, you can install it, DVD or USB, you can install it into a server. So if you have a physical server, install it on the physical server. Otherwise, simply create a VM and do the testing. So that is only for the testing purposes. So you will see the installation guideline from their web server. I'm not customizing these setups, but just using their own guideline, because these guidelines might change time to time, and it's better to always refer the original guideline. Then you need to you need to at least give a root password. So make sure you give something that you remember as the root password. So it will be used to log in the first for the first time. So at this moment, you don't have to create a user, but just the root password. And then once you finish the configuration, you can simply reboot the server. Then the second link will be the first time login. So here you log in as root with the given password. And then as soon as you log in, it will ask something like this: enter the user whose account you would like to add. So at this location, you need to add an administrator for the website. So in this case, you can enter a name, enter a username for the persona node. You can simply put your name and then create a password. So it's just a user creation. So it can be any user and any password. So in this case, they are using PS admin, not PS admin, PS web admin. So these two users are already there, so you can't use these two. Once you create the web user, then it will ask you whether you want to allow SSH user or disable root SSH. You can click yes and then create a user for SSH as well. So you will be disabling root SSH access, because since this is an open server into the internet, you will receive a lot of brute force on your SSH. So you need SSH to do hyper for the BWCTL. So because of this, don't block that, but keep it open with a strong password and a strong username. Never use the examples provided in the tutorial in this guide as your actual username or password, because they are public. Okay, once you do that, it will finish the setup, and then you can simply go log into the web interface. So web interface, you can simply use HTTP IP address or the host name of your choice. So there are a few other setups, and then from the web interface, I'm going to go into details of the our tutorial. You can simply use whatever the admin password. So in this case, I kept the username as admin, but you have to use your username what you used, and then your password. Once you logged in, go to the configuration button. There will be a configuration button, and then you have to connect the you have to set up the NTP. Try to select the closest servers, so it will try to find the closest NTP server. Select at least few servers, don't keep just one, or again, if you can manually type whatever the NTP server that you are using, if you have any. Then make sure you save button is in the bottom. Most of the time we forget to click this and we just go into the other page. If you do like that, then the content will be unsaved. So make sure to click save. Then when you go to the administrative support, they will ask for different details. So this is for learn and our learn community, but you can add your own details: organization name, country, your name, your email. Then for node role, you can simply use nren. Whether this is a private or globally accessed. If this is private, it will not be listed on that map. If it's not private, then it will be listed there. Then communities. In this case, I'm using learn as a community for our users, but in your case, you can use your NREN's name. So all the other servers using the same name will be visible to you as well. Then once you save that, you can set up tests. So on the test page, you can create a test or create a host for an existing test. So first you will be scheduling a test. So here I'm going to set up a ping test. So the type is ping with these details. You can use if whatever an IP address that comes from your map, or you can use a neighboring IP address if you have another if you have a person installing Persona next to you. So if you don't have any neighbors, go to that Persona map and then install, then use the IP address and a description so you can identify what you are going to do. So this for the same test, you can add multiple hosts as test members. So in this case, I'm just entering one, but if you have multiple hosts, you can add hosts and mention whether they need to do IPv6 or v4, and then click save. Okay, can you, if you okay, so the people who downloaded this, can you quickly go through the installation steps and at least try to come to this setup page? If you are interested in setting up a speed test by your own, you can use Libre speed test. We have tested this for Learn, so we are using this for testing speed between our links. Why we use this is sometimes there can be a technical person who even doesn't know how to plug the UTP cable to the computer. So if the case is like that, then what we ask them to do is just to go to this website and then do a test from their side. Then they can simply do the speed test with us. But the ideal would be doing an IP first or BWCTL. But most of the time, if the technical person of in the other side doesn't know how to use that, then this will be something easy. So this installation, so here you can see the speed test for me. So seems like the issue is from me to the server, somewhere in middle. So I'm like this much apart from the server, so yeah, it can happen. So if you install this server, it might help you to do some troubleshooting as well. if you have done your installation, if you have a public IP for that VM, you can share it on the chat box so others can use that IP to do some testing if you like. You can try to ping my that uPROUSE1.tilina.edu.lk server as well. So I install iperf and bwctl there. You can continue with the rest of the tutorial as well. So I will keep the server running with iperf minus s and minus t. So actually, I'm running iperf, not iperf3. So if you are testing iperf, you can simply try iperf and see. But keep in mind that this server is in Sri Lanka. So if you do a big iperf from your place to this, it might congest some of the international links. So be aware of that. So after setting up persona, you will see the BWCTL example and iperf example. You can install iperf on Ubuntu as well. So the example shows you how to do it on a Linode, and then iperf minus s is there, and then iperf minus c is there. So I am running iperf minus s in my server. So you can simply do an iperf minus c and then my server name and see how much bandwidth we can get from your location to my server. Okay, so while you are doing this, I will just remind some of the things that we need to do for 10 regarding the workshop. All the participants, they are eligible to have 50 euros per day, but they need to submit proof that you were on the on the meeting, on the workshop all 5 days, as well as you were doing training on the same thing for others. So this workshop is in the mode of train the trainers. So you should do some training for your users, maybe a security training or maybe something like how to do the troubleshooting, and collect the photos. You should take some photos of the workshop, at least some screenshots if it's online. I need those photos, and then the attendance sheets of that workshop or whatever that meeting. So for the 5 days, you don't have to do a 5-day workshop, but try to do at least 1 or 2 day workshop, some meeting or some training for your users, and then send us these documents, the attendance sheet, and then the images or any proof that you did the workshop. So actually it's not for me, it's for the TAIN. So to get that amount of per diems, or what they call it, like per diem, you need to submit that. Then for our project, we would like to request a self testimonial from everyone. You can simply put a selfie camera on and do a small testimonial, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, not more than 1 or 2 minutes, just 1 or 2 minutes, about how you felt on the workshop. So we did the same thing for, actually our friends from Laos did the same thing from the last workshop we did on this series. So it is online on the Learn YouTube channel. If you go to the Learn YouTube channel, you will find that as well. So once we receive all your testimonials, we will collect them into a single file, and then we'll put it in YouTube. So it will be publicly available, and then we will be sending the same thing for TAIN as a promotional item for them, because what they require is this kind of stuff for them. So please try to send us some testimonials, self-made testimonials. You can just go to some nice place where it resembles your location or your country or something like that. Just put a selfie camera on, and then put a small video and send it to me or to Sonam or to Sotse, so we can collect them and then have a nice collaboration. So that is the thing. So there was a question asking any deadline. So actually we are planning to end this before November. So it's sooner the better. Try to send these things sooner, so we can settle all the things quickly. And again, we will be having another workshop in November regarding a different topic. So before that, we will be trying to wrap up the things with this workshop. So yeah, try to send it before that. Okay, so I will keep that server switched on for a few days time. I'm not going to keep it for long, because it's again a testing VM on a small PC. So I might keep it switched on for a few days so you can do the testing. Is it possible to submit the project as actually, so what they required was the individual proof. You can do it as a group, but send me the individual details. So try to make it individual workshop and then send the details. Unofficially, that is what I can tell you. So yeah, so I'm not expecting you every of you to do a small workshop for a small group, but you can get in together and have a workshop and then send the details back to me so we can provide you the reimbursements of that. Yeah. Okay, any questions on the tutorials? So there was a question asking, are there any number of required participants for the workshop? Actually, no. So it depends on your team. If there are like 5 people, then do it for that 5 people. So it doesn't matter, but at least 5 people, but not 1 or 2. So for example, if you are working in a university, you can gather some of the staff and then do a small workshop on the network security side, and then get some photos, get their names, and then send it to me. Okay, then the next thing after the workshop, we will be doing few follow-up meetings, maybe 1 or 2 meetings per month. So up to November, we will be doing that. We will send you the details of these meetings later when they are scheduled, and it will be like a quick follow-up, something similar to what we did last time. So if you are a person who participated last time, I know there are few, so I can see the smiling faces. So we will be doing we will be going through a similar procedure, and then we will be following up with you whether there were any issues regarding the trainings or whether there are any issues deploying these services in your network. So the ultimate goal of the this thing is you should be able to apply security knowledge into your services in your network, and then try to do the performance and troubleshooting based on these whatever the things we discuss. So try to come up, try to do at least set up HTTPS in your websites as a starting point. You can block SSH, or you can threaten the SSH authentication by using multiple authentication methods. Likewise, so if you are not deploying any monitoring, go with LibreNMS, try LibreNMS and see whether what you can see in your network. Do some performance testing on your networks. It can be wireless performance, it can be wired performance, so depends on your network situation. So try to get that, and then everyone can wrap up the security aspect with these things. So okay, any questions before closing the workshop? Okay, so something I forgot, there is a feedback form listed on the agenda page. You can go there and then put your feedback as well. So we'll be collecting that for our reporting. for the project.
Hi, Tirina. This is me, Sosai.
Yeah, so
Is it possible for some that they want to do the policy? I mean the project. It's
yeah,
about
so
project.
actually what we can do is, so since we have that common document we shared earlier, we can come up with a common policy where later on, if someone wants to adopt that, then they can get that document and tweak a little to match their situation.
So what about the deployment?
Deployment of policy?
No, I mean the deployment of the tools that you do teach the participants.
Yeah,
Is
so
it possible to do as a project?
Yeah, so what participants can do is they can educate the users on what we did. So things like how to set up HTTPS. So if it's a technical crowd, then we can talk about the technical details on how to set up HTTPS, on how to set up SSH, stuff like that. So if it's non-IT or general user level, then you can simply show them what are the possibilities of the security using in the used in this kind of application. So things like how the data is secured on a HTTPS network, or maybe how they have end-to-end connectivity on some application like maybe WhatsApp or something. So that can be done for the end user if you are targeting end users.
Yeah, thank you.
Then there was a question asking, do we need to cover all topics on in the workshop? Actually, no. You can either select a part of the topic or even the whole thing, but I'm not expecting you to do the whole thing because it might take a lot of time. You can do at least security part for a group, or maybe the performance part for another group. So the next workshop will be actually on DNS security, but we try to get a few other workshops as well. Let's see how it goes. Okay, any other questions? So we will be finalizing the policy documents one that is finished. So during the those bi-weekly meetings, we will be discussing more on that, and then we can finalize it. And then after finalizing, you can utilize that in your situations. Yeah, so you can always email me. You have my email, and then most probably I'll be following up you with these topics up to December. After that, I'm not sure whether my email will work. Then you can go to my website and then contact me, or you can add me on Facebook. So some of you are already in my Facebook, so you can add me. Just search Tilina Paturana, then you will find me. Okay, then thank you for staying with me for these 5 days and listening to my I don't know how it went for you. So yeah, thank you, and I'm looking forward to meeting you again on these bi-weekly meetings. If you have any questions, please put me an email. And so thank you and bye. Stay safe.